Administration. As the chair of Legislative Administration Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. An executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the meeting has access, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. A notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call area code 603-271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes are to be taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is a requirement under the right to know law. With that, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. Good morning.
Representative Esposito.
That's another person. I don't.
Representative Frost.
It's difficult for us to hear you. I am here in Dover on my deck and I am alone.
Okay.
Representative Green. Representative Hill.
I am here also in the LOB.
Representative Lay is replaced by Representative Query. Representative Query, are you in attendance?
Present in my home in Manchester alone.
Representative McKinney.
Here, alone in my office.
Representative Nutting Wong.
I'm here. I'm alone in my office at my day job. I'm in Nashville.
Representative Osborne is replaced by Representative Mooney. Representative Mooney, are you in attendance?
Yes, I'm here in Merrimack at my home alone.
Representative Richards. Is that a yes, Representative Richards? Representative Roulard.
Yes, I'm here in the LOB.
Clerk is here in the LOB. Representative Simon.
Here in the LOB.
Representative Smith.
Present, attending remotely from my home office in Manchester, and I am alone.
Representative Vanda Castile.
I am present. I am at work in my office.
And Representative Wall.
I am here in the LLB.
Someone, is that Representative Esposito just pop up or?
Yeah, I'm sorry for being a little late.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Esposito.
All present and accounted for?
I have Representative Richards is absent.
Okay. If someone can notice whether Representative Richard pops in later on and let me know, that would be great. I wanted to thank you all for taking the time and showing up to this morning. I also want to welcome Representative Query and Representative Mooney to Legislative Administration. Thank you very much for filling in for our members. This will be an executive session unless anyone has comments or questions or concerns before we open the executive session. Seeing no hands raised here or abroad. With that, I will open the executive session on Senate Bill 100, which is adopting omnibus legislation on commissions and committees. And I will recognize our clerk for a motion.
Yes, I move ought to pass on SB 100.
Representative Sheehan moves ought to pass on Senate Bill 100. She is allowed to speak to our motion, or
I will decline to speak. I know that there's an amendment coming.
okay. We're going to,
I would second that motion.
thank you. Thank you. With that, I would recognize Representative Green for a further motion.
Yes, I wish to move to introduce the amendment 2021-1554H to SB 100.
Representative Green moves amendment 2021-1554H and would like to speak to his motion.
I think I'm going to defer. We're going to have some discussion from some of my colleagues who could speak more authoritatively on this motion. So I really have nothing to add at this point. Thank you.
I'm assuming, does everyone have amendment 1554H?
Yeah.
Everyone on Zoom have that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yep.
Okay, great. I don't see any negative shaking of heads, or actually I can't tell if Representative Espedia is shaking his head, but
No, I'm okay. I got it.
okay, great. So what this does, to get the ball rolling here, is a change of some of the membership, basically. I think exclusively. This changes the membership of two committees that were changes part 4 committees. And that would make sure that two members of the Senate, one of whom shall be from the Ways and Means Committee and one shall be from the Finance Committee. And as far as the members from the House of Representatives, it would require 2 members of the majority party from Ways and Means and 2 members of the minority party from Ways and Means, appointed by the Speaker. That's the membership change. And that was at the request of the prime sponsors. And then on part 6, which is the committee to study building a pier over the jetty at Hampton Beach State Park for disability access, at the request of the chair of the committee that more than likely would be dealing with this type of issue, which is resources. It would change the membership to 2 members of the Senate appointed by the president and 3 members of the House of Representatives appointed by the Speaker, one of whom shall be a majority member of the Committee on Resources, Recreation and Development, and one of whom shall be a minority member of the Committee on Resources, Recreation and Development. And the third would be an at-large member from whomever or wherever the speaker chooses. And that is about the membership changes on this. The additional change to Senate Bill 100 would be the elimination or the removal of Part 1, establishing a committee to study workplace safety and healthcare settings. A removal of Part 2, establishing a commission to study payments in lieu of taxes as requested by the Assessing Standards Board. A removal of Part 3, which is establishing a commission to differentiate the cost of education and the cost of care for children in a residential facility. And removal of Part 5, which is establishing a committee to study the effects of COVID-19 lockdowns, quarantines, and school and business closings. And that is the summary as I see it. And I will
What was
entertain
that
any
last part?
questions.
Last part again, the very last one.
The last one is Part 5 that is being removed. And I would point out or remind the membership, the committee, that removal does not, in my estimation, terminate the ability either for ad hoc committees over the summer and or remove the ability for those committees to be reintroduced as separate bills in the next second half of the legislative term. Representative Rulon?
I was just, can everyone hear me now with this button pushed here?
I see nods.
How about that? Oh, is that good? In addition to that, not only could they be reintroduced, but if they're standalone bills, they'll go to the correct committee, hopefully, rather than all lumped together in the omnibus legislation, which has heard these issues before in the past, I'm certain, and they would have a better understanding of the issues than we do here in this committee, given the fact that very little testimony came in on not only the purpose of this or supporting or opposed, or I just think that it would be better dealt with in the committees that should be getting these bills.
Thank you, Representative Roulard. We're taking discussion on the amendment 1554H. I see the hand raised of Representative Smith.
Yeah, question, Mr. Chairman, about the procedure on this for the day. Is it the intention to only introduce these the two amendments that we were emailed, or are we planning to take a break for lunch if any additional amendments want to be drafted or anything like that?
Thank you for your question. It is the intention of the chair to listen to amendments. I only know of these two amendments at this present time. If in the course of this discussion, further amendments are appropriate, then I would be happy to schedule any type of change as we go. But right now, I only have two amendments in my possession, and that's all I know of to this point. Does that
Okay.
answer your question?
It does. My commentary. So I don't have any issues or anything with the change up of the makeup of the committees and all that. That all looks fairly well reasoned. I am very unhappy though that this amendment removes Section 1, the Commission to Study Workplace Safety and Healthcare Settings. That's really the only section of this bill that had any input from the public, and it was unanimously supportive. I always get a little salty when we take action in committee that goes against like unanimous public support. And this was the only part of the bill that the public really provided input for, and they were all supportive. So as drafted, I cannot support this amendment. I would be very enthusiastically supportive of an amendment that was identical to this, but did not remove section 1. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further comments?
I think my button is still pushed. Can you still hear me? Sorry about that. I guess the question that I had for the workplace safety and healthcare settings, I was very sympathetic to some of the folks and had welcomed additional emails coming with additional information. And I did not receive a whole lot. I think I got one email that sent a copy of a statute that was an assault statute, and I didn't make a copy of it. So if you folks also received it, you probably know what we're talking about. I have a little bit of a different take on this, and that is, I would rather have Health and Human Services or some other committee listen to this that may have heard this before. The statute that was provided to us would not in any way affect workplace safety in my mind. However, I think the bigger issue is the self-control of the hospitals in putting in policies and procedures for their healthcare workers to encourage folks to report any assaults that they have that seem to be, and I do recall that coming in, Representative Smith. So I think that can be done not only with the quality, but also with the risk management in each of those settings. And rather than the state legislating what happens in both private and public hospitals, it would seem to me that they would want to regulate that as an entity, hospitals across the state, or even across the nation, as a matter of fact, for policy setting. I'm just not sure that a statute coming in would be something that is the right way to go, but I would almost defer to the committee that has and would be hearing this.
Representative Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would simply add that the hospitals themselves sent their lobbyists to testify in support of this. They're asking for our help to craft those policies, and I can't think of any reason not to provide it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Up, Representative Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if anyone can remember discussions that the House has had this past year on Section 3, the cost for children in a residential facility. There's been discussion, but for the life of me, I can't remember it. Has anybody got anything? Tim Smith, have you got something on Section 3?
If I can respond, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, I looked into that one a little bit more. We didn't have any legislation for it that I was able to find this year, but I remember that this question came up during previous terms, but we haven't passed a bill dealing with it. There seemed to be a lot of questions about what we should do, and under both parties' majorities, we haven't been able to reach any kind of consensus about how to handle the education costs for residential facilities. I don't have a strong feeling if a commission or a committee is the right way to look at that. And I hate to punt on that question, but Section 3 is something that I agree, I think we need to tackle, but I'm not entirely sure whether we should go the commission or the committee route.
Thank you, Representative. I will point out that on Section 3, and interestingly enough, in both the House and the Senate, we didn't have anyone to introduce it, and we didn't have anyone to speak on it.
Right.
I will tell the committee that I contacted the DOE and asked if they would have someone who would like to speak on that particular part. And I was told, well, we'll be monitoring it and asking and answering any questions that come up, but no questions, no one testified, so there were no questions. So
Excellent.
this is, I need to point out, in my time here, these are singularly the most difficult study commission and committee requests that I've ever seen. Usually, there is some type of I don't know, a purpose statement or intent of each commission. There's nothing here. These are basically saying, we want this commission and trust us. It's important. And not even saying that in so many words. So the testimony was lacking in both the House and the Senate. If you go back and watch the Zoom meetings of the Senate, and the wording doesn't stand on its own. So I have a difficult time. Representative Wall.
Thank you very much. I needed to hear that. Before we go on with any other questions, I'm wondering, to help us, and knowing that not many people testified before us at all when we last met, what does a blue sheet say about Senate Bill 100? Who supported and who didn't? How many on each side? Do we know?
Do you have the, I must have it. Do we, the sheet that signs up? You're looking confused at the blue sheet. There was a testifying on 100. On which part now? On part 3?
I just, on each section, because I'm thinking we're beginning to ask a lot of questions, but it would help to know what kind of public support or non-support we have.
So aside from the prime sponsors, and we had I think a total of 4 people testified.
That includes the sponsors?
Aside from the sponsor,
Okay.
although one was not the prime, but a secondary sponsor. And all were either the lobbyist for an organization, no members of the public, and we had a total of 2 support. Let's see, we had one oppose and the rest support out of 9.
Was that a long list or?
And do you want?
That's just that short list. No,
Yeah.
just wondering.
And that includes the prime sponsors, who theoretically would support.
For the whole
So,
bill.
For the entire bill for
Okay.
each part, and they were not separated by part number, so it's
Yeah.
even more difficult to.
Yeah, thank you. I
Determine.
just thought, Mr. Chairman, I just thought having that kind of background would help us in
Mhm.
terms of whether to go forward with certain questions and all. Thank you.
In addition, 2 of those 9 were people that had requested the change or discussed the change in membership of those particular parts that we've already included in that amendment. And I would go further to say, I don't have it with me, but my recollection of the testimony in the Senate followed this path. I was stunned to see that they were Senate bills and there was a singular lack of testimony. So hands up? No, don't see any. Oh, Representative Roulard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Representative Smith, and I want to go
Through
back to.
me, please.
I wanted to ask Representative Smith if he were looking at Section 1 of Senate Bill 100 to be establishing a commission versus a committee.
Representative Smith, do you have a I think you did mention this, whether it should be a commission or a committee in your mind, but
Yeah, the issue becomes that a committee can only include members of the legislature and a commission can include outside parties. Whereas the hospitals are looking to include input from a number of groups, that are enumerated in the text of section 1 that are outside the legislature. By definition, it kind of has to be a commission rather than a committee. So that's just due to the makeup, like they're trying to get people in from like the National Association of Mental Illness and New Hampshire Healthcare Association and stuff like that. And we can't include those members if it's a legislative study committee.
Follow up.
But the net output essentially would be very similar either way. It would be recommendations, for policy for the hospital organizations. But if it's a committee versus a commission, they can't pull in those extra folks.
Let's follow up. The question would be, though, they would be able to bring in those individuals from those various groups that would be part of a commission. And then they would be at that point as a committee able to put forward legislation as a result of the testimony before the committee. So that's why I was thinking they could do a committee versus a commission.
follow up, Representative Smith?
Yeah, my understanding was based on the testimony and the emails we got that they were looking for policy recommendations that weren't necessarily going to be entirely legislative in nature. Whereas, a legislative study committee ostensibly exists for the purpose of recommending legislation or legislative changes. The commission would have a little bit broader of a mandate where they could recommend like institutional policy, outside of the RSAs, which seems to be what they were looking for. Those would be recommendations. They wouldn't be binding or anything like that. So I don't, if this was going to have like binding policy, I would be a little concerned. That would seem a little heavy-handed. But they're just looking for recommendations, which seems entirely appropriate.
Follow up.
Follow up, yeah. My question would be, if they're looking for policy positions as a group and as a hospital entity in the state, they may be able to do those policies now with all the meetings that they have. So I think you just reinforced my position that if they're coming to the legislature for legislation, it would be helpful to have a committee. The commission really is looking for policy. So I think that solidifies my position. It should be a study committee rather than a commission, but thank you.
Any further comments, questions, discussion on Amendment 1554H?
I do have a question. Since there seems to be folks, Representative Smith in particular, that would like to see a change to this, is there a plan to do an amendment to this?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I guess that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll raise my hand, Mr. Chairman, I guess.
Okay.
I'll say if perhaps someone, maybe Representative Wall, could volunteer over lunch or over a break just to scoot down to OLS, I would be happy to send something over. I mean, anything I would recommend would be extremely simple. The amendment as drafted is fine. I would just like to re-include section 1. That should be a relatively simple change for them.
Representative Wall.
May I ask Representative Smith a question, please?
Absolutely.
Representative Smith, specifically, what changes would you want? How would you get that information to us? We're sitting here in person. How can you help us?
Well, I mean, there's no wording changes that would need to be made. It would just be a simple matter of re-including the text that's already there in section 1 of the original bill. That should be something that OLS can do without needing extensive notes.
Interpret for me, please.
Yes, I think I can. And correct me if I'm wrong, Representative Smith. What he would like to do, where the amendment removes part 1, he would like to reestablish Part 1 in the amendment so that everything that shows up in Senate Bill 100 for Part 1 would be in the amendment. So there would be in its entirety. I don't think he was making any changes to the Part 1 as it shows in Senate Bill 100. He was just merely reintroducing that where the amendment removes it. Yep,
May I ask Representative Smith a question, please?
absolutely.
So I thought our discussion last time we met was that many of these healthcare settings are setting up their own rules for how to manage things at this time. And I thought there was discussion, and please correct me if I'm wrong, and I could be, that was something we would let the healthcare industry handle on their own. Am I wrong?
Yeah, they specifically, asked for this language. They want a legislative commission, to include members of the legislature to be part of this group in case any recommendations come out of it that involve, necessary changes to any RSAs, which is why they were asking for, the legislature to form this rather than just make some independent group themselves.
So let me ask a question, Representative Smith. Would there be, if it sounds to me like they were proposing, or your interpretation of this is they were proposing a fishing expedition to look for possible solutions. And I'm asking you, would there be any reason why that fishing expedition couldn't take place in the form of an ad hoc committee established by, who was the prime sponsor of that part? Senator Waters?
Yes.
No, Senator Gray.
Oh, I was looking at Senate Bill 100 in it as a whole.
Right, but Part 1 is sponsored by Senator Gray.
Senator Gray.
So would there be any reason why Senator Gray couldn't establish over the summer if he wanted to, and or next September, an independent original bill to do exactly what you're saying, to create that fishing expedition as it sits now by this amendment?
I would have to defer that to the senator.
Okay. I understand, but we don't know of any reason why it couldn't be done.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just interject on process. For any further amendments that the committee might want, I'd be happy to handle that here from my office. And OLS attorneys are mostly working remotely still, so it's not sort of the same run across the street and deal with them directly system. So we've got a good electronic system set up, and I think it'd be faster if and easier all around if I just processed anything that you want.
Thank you, Pam. Yes, that I'm not
Mr.
sure we're there
Chairman?
yet, but I appreciate the input.
Right.
I see a hand up of Representative McKinney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think that they were testifying to have a commission because the bill called for a committee to study, and they wanted to be involved. So I should think if we took this, their problem was they didn't want to be blindsided by something. So I would think.
You're skipping in and out here, Representative. Could you, yep, I lost you now. Where are you up there? Representative McKinney, you're muted.
Oh, thank you. I didn't do that. It's beamed at me. I think that they were testifying to the commission because they didn't. Their intention was they wanted to do their own rules and at least make sure that you weren't doing something, the legislature wasn't doing something I think leaving this first part out is probably a good idea. And then if that's a problem, then as former speaker said, it's so easy to put a bill in for fall and you have a commission. So I wouldn't be in favor of running around for an amendment at this time.
Thank you. Representative Wall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So part one deals with violence in the workplace for healthcare workers, and we didn't really have testimony on that. Now, it's in the original bill that came to us from the Senate. Representative Green wants to remove that. Representative Smith wants to put it back in. So do we need an amendment to put it back in if we don't support?
No.
Thank you.
If
So
we-
does that negate Representative Smith's point of view?
Right. We would, if we, what he is proposing, and correct me, Representative Smith, if I'm misapplying your statement. I do see your hand. I'll get to you immediately. He's proposing that we amend the amendment to reestablish part one.
But Mr. Chairman, we haven't voted on the amendment.
We have not.
So-
It is under
so we-
discussion at the
So
moment.
he's thinking in advance that that may pass and that he then wants to amend it if that passes.
He wants the amendment, I believe, he wants the he would suggest, not, he would suggest that the amendment be withdrawn, amended, and then brought back. Representative Smith?
The procedural sequence would be pretty flexible. I mean, if the amendment failed, I would support just resubmitting the amendment slightly modified to re-include section 1. I mean, the rest of these changes, as I said, were pretty well reasoned, and I can get on board 100%. And the other sections that we're removing, you know, as you said, I mean, we couldn't even get the prime sponsor to show up and support it, so it can't be that important. And if the amendment passes, you know, it would be a simple matter to draft a further amendment that would just add back in part one and take that up separately. And that would be, you know, an acceptable procedure as well, I believe, Mr. Chairman.
I think we should. Up. Representative Spedia, I don't even see him. There he is. Right, yes.
So I just wanted to make a quick comment too. I think, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think with what, you know, I was reading through the Senate notes, and I think there, I mean, there is some urgency in the sense of, you know, this bill was, I mean, this commission would have been passed last session, but because of the pandemic, we had, you know, a lot of our bills went to the pandemic graveyard. But you know, this, the way they talked about it in the Senate notes was that, you know, the urgency has climbed even higher, and it's only gotten worse. And that, you know, they even asked if hospitals were one of the, or just healthcare settings were one of the, you know, more dangerous workplaces in industries. And I just think, sorry, and I just think that we, you know, clearly I feel like there is a need for this. And so I'm hoping that we can go through the process of adding it, you know, getting a new amendment and adding it to it. Because I just feel like this is, and it passed through the Senate, so with support. So I think it's a good idea. And I think it, you know, for the sake of our healthcare workers would be a good way, would be an important step.
Thank you, Representative. Any further comment? We do have a motion of ought to pass on the floor for amendment 1554H. I see no further comment. Are we ready for a vote on that amendment?
Mr. Chairman, who seconded that motion?
It was Representative Roulard seconded it.
Thank you.
Yep. I see no hands. Up. Representative McKinney, you're muted, but what we need is your video. If we're in the voting mode.
I can't get out.
There you go.
Okay.
Everyone is on video that will be voting on the ought to pass motion for 1554H. Is that correct? That is correct. So I will ask the clerk to call the roll on ought to pass on the amendment 1554.
Representative Green,
Yes.
Representative McKinney,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Roulard,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Van de Castile,
Yes.
Representative Wall, Representative Query,
No.
Representative Smith,
No.
Representative Frost,
No.
Representative Nutting Wong,
No.
Representative Richards, Representative Espedia,
No.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
and the amendment passes 8-6.
Amendment passes.
I voted no because of discussions we had last time about what we should remove and what we shouldn't.
And
And so
that,
I've been basing from last week or whenever we met,
yeah,
and I thought this was going to remain in. So that's how I voted no.
okay. Moving on. We have Senate Bill 142 FN.
Oh. No, we just voted on the.
Oh,
amendment.
I'm sorry. That's right. We have, that was just passing the amendment. Now we have a new, I'm looking for a new motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 100.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman,
Yes,
I would move that we recess for a little while so that Pam Smarling can ask OLS to draft a further amendment
um,
and maybe move on to the next bill and come back to this in a few minutes, reopen the exec.
I will, to what end, Representative Smith? That bill, I'm assuming that amendment that that Pam creates would add that back in.
Yeah, that's the intent.
And we just had a vote without it that passed.
Right.
So if we create an amendment to bring it in, I got to believe that the vote would be identifiable, but I'm happy if you would like to caucus for a few minutes, and we will as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And I would just want to add, Mr. Chairman, that I have spoken to OLS about how quickly amendments can be turned around. And I was told that it was highly unlikely, no matter, even if it was a simple change of an effective date, that it would be done in anything less than an hour. And perhaps longer than that because of the logjam of amendments being requested for the Senate Finance Committee and other things going on. So I know that we sometimes in the past have had relatively quick turnaround in a situation like this. It could happen, but there are no promises.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw my motion for a recess in that case if they're not going to be able to get it back to us, potentially today. I'd hate to see us, in some weird situation where we're just waiting around twiddling our thumbs for 3 hours.
Well, I will offer to you, Representative, that in anticipation of this, I have scheduled, you'll see in the calendar that comes out tonight, I've scheduled what I call a just in case executive session for next Monday. So I don't want to preclude you from filing whatever amendment you would like on the interest of time. We do have that ability to reschedule for Monday. So it's not, I offer that for your consideration. And if you would still like to caucus, we certainly can.
I'll say that I can't speak for everyone else in the Democrats, but I don't really see a need for a caucus. I mean, this adding in an amendment just to restore section 1. I mean, you know, if we don't have the time in committee, it can just try that on the floor or something. This isn't a really complicated bill, and we've already talked about the section in committee. So I think, you know, if yourself or someone else from the committee wanted to go up and present a counter argument for that on the floor, that, you know, that'd be fine and pretty routine.
Okay, are we okay?
So you're ready to do the whole bill then?
I
Okay.
was
Okay.
moving ahead to ought to pass as amended.
May I speak?
Yes,
For the committee, I didn't like that portion was pulled out by the amendment. But I think the rest of the bill is important enough that we need to pass Senate Bill 100. In the Senate, the entire bill passed 24-0 bipartisan vote. And for one portion of it to kill the whole bill, I think is problematic, even though I agree with my own party. I have to vote to pass this because the rest of it's that important.
thank you,
Follow your
Representative.
conscience.
I would add that part of the thought process in removing part 1 was if we left it in and killed the entire bill, that would preclude part 1 from coming back next year and being sent to the correct committee to address it. I have to keep coming back to the idea that this is partially, or maybe even mostly, the Senate's doing by assigning seemingly unrelated bills. The only relation that they have to one another is the fact that they are either committees or commissions. And then it being sent to a committee that has nothing to do with any of the subject matter in any of these parts. So it seems to me the kind thing to do is to politely ask them to do it again by reintroducing that bill next term. The only way to do that is to remove it from the bill, because otherwise we would be killing it and then it can't come back by House rules for next term. So I actually think we're doing a kindness by removing it, if in some perverted kind of way here.
Am I to understand you're saying killing with kindness? Mr. Chairman, I'm thinking that
Removing with kindness, I guess.
by having voted 8-6 to remove that section, can see how the vote may go on ought to pass as amended. This bill clearly will go to Committee of Conference. That being said, there will be discussion on that section, and perhaps some members of our committee might have their arms twisted to put it back in at that time. It will go to Committee of Conference. In other words, the door is still open.
Our vote does not close any doors. It merely, one possibility could be Committee of Conference.
Yeah.
One possibility is
Right.
they would take, as you
Right.
just said a minute ago, they may take everything and say, there is nothing precluding us from resubmitting this next
Right.
term. There is no, as the Senate is wont to do, and maybe for some of the newer people, I would not be surprised if the language from this gets added to something else in the Senate of a House bill and comes back that way. There are any number of possibilities that can happen. Removing it from Senate Bill 100 as amended by no means is the end of the line for this bill. So while it was removed for kindness to give them the ability to fix it or resubmit it, that was the position that the amendment took. I see a hand for Representative Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd add some comments generally in agreement with what the chairman said, that the situation that we're kind of stuck in because of this omnibus legislation puts us in a difficult spot. And as I mentioned last week, I think it does a disservice to the legislation that we're kind of forced to take these issues up in omnibus bills rather than having them go out to the policy committees that might be a little bit more appropriate. It's obvious that the Speaker's office just sent us these omnibus study committee bills because they're study committee bills, not because of the subject matter in them.
Right.
And that's not really anyone's fault. I mean, we're the victim of global circumstances at the moment. And I'd remind folks on the committee that, pretty much regardless of what we do, unless we ITL the bill, as the chairman said, nothing is going to be dispositive and prevent anything from getting addressed either on the floor as amendment to other legislation or next year in a separate individual bill. So we're stuck in this situation where our options are limited, but we don't really have bad options that, anything we do is not going to necessarily close any doors unless we ITL the whole bill. And since the pending motion is ought to pass, I'm not super worried about that. So yeah, I mean, I guess I can support an ought to pass, and I'd urge other people to do so as well, simply because of the difficult situation we find ourselves in from a procedural and institutional standpoint. We're doing the best we can.
I think I agree wholeheartedly with that. And I think further, I will say it was none of our doing to put us in this position. And we're doing the kindest things we possibly can. So again, if part one is the sticking point, I firmly believe that what we're doing is saying, we don't like how you did it, please do it again, or we're giving you the ability to do it again, and stick it on something else and send it back to us, not specifically to us, but hopefully to the us that handles the appropriate committee that handles this type of situation. So that's the last word as far as I see. With that, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 100.
Should we not have a motion to reconsider first? No?
No, we're fine.
Oh, okay.
We're fine. Thank you. You're welcome to make a motion, but right now there is a motion on the floor of ought to pass as amended.
Representative Green,
Yes.
Representative McKinney,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Roulard.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Van de Castile,
Yes.
Representative Wall,
Yes.
Representative Query,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Frost,
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong,
Yes.
Representative Richards, Representative Espedia,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
and it passes 14-0.
Does anyone want to move consent calendar? Representative Wall moves consent. There any objections? It will be on the consent calendar. I don't think we did any. We don't need one for consent. Right. Moving on, Senate Bill 142 FN, adopting omnibus legislation relative to certain study commissions. Have we heard this song before? I would entertain a motion from Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move ought to pass on 142.
Representative Simon moves ought to pass on Senate Bill 142. Would you like to
Happy to
speak?
second.
Representative Smith seconds. Would you like to speak to your motion? Thank you, Representative Smith.
Not at this time. There's an amendment coming.
I would recognize Representative Green for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to introduce amendment 2021-1575.
Representative Green moves amendment 2021-1575H. Does everyone have that motion, that amendment, first of all?
Somewhere.
I think there's extra copies here if you don't.
What is it? 1538?
1575H,
1575.
amendment to Senate Bill 142 FN.
That is somewhere. Is it down here?
Yes.
Okay.
Representative Green, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Sure. This amendment would remove part 1, feeling that workplace safety for medical professionals, I feel need solutions from within, not via legislation. We had no findings to make anyone sure the problem needs legislative solutions. And also the removal allows a solitary bill to be filled next year that would be under the control of a more appropriate committee, perhaps labor, to more aptly deal with the issues. This amendment also removes part 2, which is really a workforce housing issue. I feel it's more appropriately handled at the local level. We reached out many times, but never got any input on this part of the omnibus we reached out to the chair of municipal and county several times. We didn't hear back. Finally, the amendment will reestablish part 3. The commission to study grand families. We did receive input on this part of the omnibus, enough to warrant reestablishment. The amendment just calls for some minor changes to number 1, the report dates, and also just a couple of minor changes to the makeup of the commission's membership. And with that, I respectfully ask for your support in adopting this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Green. Can I ask you to outline what those membership changes were?
Yes, in the membership, it was going to remove, I believe, I know it added representative from PASTA, which is stand for parent. Here, I'll speak to the mic. Here we go. It adds a member from an organization called PASTA for parenting a second time around. I guess they're affiliated with the Greater Londonderry YMCA. They're added to the membership, and it took out, I believe, I get the original bill here.
Moms Rising.
Moms Rising, with that, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, that was a change. That was the only membership change to this part of the amendment, this part of the bill, excuse me.
Thank you, Representative Green. Is there any comments? I see a hand for Representative Smith.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would point out that yet again, we are removing the only part that anyone seemed to testify in support of, part one, the post-traumatic stress disorders for first responders. This is the only part of the bill that I received any feedback or comment or testimony on that was supportive at all. You know, I always get very upset when we act against the will of the public here in the legislature. We're here through the consent of the governed. And this is the only part of this bill that they seemed to care enough about to reach out and actively support. And here we are with an amendment to remove it. I can't think of any good reason to do that. And I'll be voting against the amendment very strongly for all of the same reasons outlined on the previous bill's amendment.
Thank you, Representative Smith. Representative Rulart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the questions that came up was the issue of the mental health training focusing on PTSD and whether or not that would put the cost burden on the local communities, kind of a 28A issue, unfunded mandate. And the concern of that was a concern of mine as well. And although this commission did come from the Senate, once again, in this omnibus legislation, I am concerned about that issue. And we have, I guess, an amendment here before us that removes that because doesn't remove the 28A issue, removes paragraph 1, which also, in my mind, removes the 28A issue as well, which was a real problem for that bill for me. So I support the grand families. I think it's an important piece of legislation. We heard from senators specifically what the commission would do if it went forward, and that was very compelling. I think there may be some issues, and perhaps it's recognized we've got a problem with the 28A and the funding for mental health training. And I think that perhaps some of the sponsors and the folks that want this legislation to go forward understand and recognize that. So although I appreciate that it's an important issue, once again, it can go back to the Labor Department that has dealt with this, and passing the legislation the way it is, and the amendment which removes it allows them to bring this legislation back forward, go to the correct committee, perhaps deal with the issue of 28A and get a consensus of all the individuals there. And so I am in support of this amendment and not of reestablishing the commission for PTSD for first responders at this time. I am very much in support of first responders and what they need, but the way that this commission was established and its charge is not something I can support.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Espedia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just, for the record, I think our first responders are doing a tough job right now. I think COVID has been really, really hard for so many of our first responders. And I think, we've all had to struggle with mental health as we've, been isolated. But at the same time, it's been tough. And, even before the pandemic, it was tough for these first responders. So, supporting, I've in support of making sure that we have, part one. And the other thing is, with part two, with workforce housing, like, that is one of the biggest issues we have in the state right now of retaining our young families and young people. And I was just back in California recently, and I said, like, one of the reasons I would never move back is I can never afford the house I grew up in. And that is not, unlike some of the cases here in New Hampshire, where there are folks who cannot afford the houses to live in the community they grew up in anymore. And it's, it hurts our state. It's more people are leaving. And so I am concerned that we, by removing part 2, we are hurting our chances of retaining people in our state. So, I'm going to be voting against this amendment, but I'm disturbed that we are trying to remove part 1 and also part 2 of this this bill.
Thank you, Representative. Representative, who hasn't spoken here? Representative Wall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not altogether sure that we have a 28A issue in part 1. All first responders have to go through regular training, have it updated and such every single year. And I believe that looking at post-traumatic stress disorder during the training or prior to the training should be a very important part of these people's careers. And there's so much we don't know and are still learning about PTSD. And we don't know for sure whether people have it when they go into the training or whether it occurs while they're training and there's a horrific incident or something. So I think it's well worth looking at. And again, I remind the committee that with discussion in the Senate and considering it had bipartisan support straight through, it also passed the Senate on a bipartisan level, 24-0. And I do believe that the Senate took considerable care in putting these issues together in this bill. For example, part 3, the Graham families, is a huge issue. I personally think that that almost ought to be a permanent commission. Just as years ago, there was the Commission on the Status of Women for 1 year, 2 years, whatever, and it kept getting bigger and bigger and finally became a full-time commission. And I don't even think it's morphed into something now, but it came out of issues regarding women in the workplace and this, that, and the other, women's health care and such. So for the Graham families bit, we know that's going to be an ongoing problem, sociologically speaking and economically speaking in our state and in our country. But going back to part 1, I do believe that we need to keep that portion in. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Smith, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in regards to any potential 28A issues, I would say first that an amendment or language in the amendment that would just remove the section that someone is concerned would cause a 28A issue would be more appropriate than just removing all of part 1. We're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And further, the section in part 1 that I don't think could raise a 28A issue, but someone could think that, says that the programs will be developed by the New Hampshire Police Academy and the New Hampshire Fire Academy, respectively. Those are institutions that these professionals already receive training and credentials from, without anyone anywhere at any level that I've ever heard claiming that like overrides local authority or tramples on local control or presents a 28A issue. This is just adding to training they already receive from institutions they already get trained by. So I don't see how that could present any issue myself. I understand someone else might disagree. That's fine. And again, we're removing the only part of the bill that anyone from the public seems to care about. So I can't possibly support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I'll point out, I received a letter, and I think we all did, from the president of the Professional Firefighters of New Hampshire, I think just yesterday, that one line of it says, we understand there have been some concerns raised to the educational component and possibility of creating an unfunded mandate. Understanding this, we have spoken with Senator Birdsall and happy to amend this bill to remove the five-year required training component as this may be the only component with a cost associated with it. So anyway, it sounds like he is, as I read it, he is understanding that there may be a 28A issue. Anyway, next, any other comments? I see no hands. Yes.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Given that letter that he sent, and he's removing that, but wants to keep the rest of that section, what does that do to this amendment now then?
It doesn't.
Should the amendment be
if-
amended? I don't know.
The bill eliminates the entire 28A, the amendment eliminates the entire 28A issue because
Okay.
it eliminates the entire section.
Okay.
And again, with the same discussion that we had in the prior bill, it is, to use your phrase, killing with kindness, by removing rather than ITLing.
Yeah.
It's almost is it in the same regard of when we, in the second term, we handle bills that we don't want to kill outright. This is, I think, if I am speaking somewhat for the amendment, or the writer of the amendment, this is doing similar thing that we did in Senate Bill 100, which is giving the ability for this to return in any number of fashions, either adding on to something else or coming back as a separate bill, and or doing an ad hoc committee over the summer with the idea of doing it as a separate bill, all with the idea that it has to go, this needs to be spoken to by the committee that is used to handling these situations, not us. So again, I'm pointing the finger back at whose decision it was to create these omnibus legislative tools. It serves no purpose. It doesn't help the legislation. It doesn't help the prime sponsor of that legislation, and it doesn't help the general public. So I think merely, if I can paraphrase the amendment, it is, we're not against these things, but we would like you to do it better, and give it back to us. That's at least my understanding of the amendments. It is by no means trying to downplay the importance of our first responders or their training. It is to say, you've got to do better in, and it needs to have a full vetting by the people that are experts in this area, and that is not the Legislative Administration Committee. So, not at this time. We're in executive session. So I have, I see the hand up of, when you raise your right hand, Representative Smith, it goes right behind the State House. There you go. Yeah, it's hard from this distance for me to see it. Thanks very much. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I got to take issue with one thing you said, Mr. Chairman. The amendment strips out 2/3 of the bill. We are making a statement. We're not failing to make a statement about importance. We're not saying that these sections are unimportant. We are saying these sections are unimportant because we're keeping part 3 about the grand families. So what we're doing with this amendment is we're saying that this issue with the grand families is more important than these other 2 sections. and deserves our attention as our committee. And, I'm presuming this passes then through the attention of the House to create this commission or reestablish this commission, I'm sorry. Whereas the commission to study barriers to increased land development and the commission to study post-traumatic stress disorder and first responders do not deserve our attention at this time, because right now we have the opportunity to address these and handle them. An amendment could have been made that made minor tweaks to the language without removing it that might have satisfied concerns that members of the committee had, but that's not what we're voting on. We're voting on removing the language entirely. We are making a statement through this amendment that those sections are less important than the section that we are keeping in the bill. Now, while it is true that we're not making an ITL on these sections we're removing, we're just taking no action, but we are very much making a statement that one section, 1/3 of this, is more important, higher priority, gets more attention than the other two parts. I disagree with that statement. I think that all 3 sections of this bill are important. I think it's wildly inappropriate, as I've said, that we're removing the only section we received public input and support from. And I can't possibly support this amendment for those reasons. In terms of a motion on the underlying bill, we're not there yet, but I would support anything but ITL. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You spoke, yep, Representative Wall.
Okay, here we go. Representative Smith makes some strong points. And I'm thinking right now where so much public attention is being given to first responders and to PTSD, the public is very much aware that we're working on something. And my concern is public perception. If we kill this portion, if we go along rather with the amendment to kill that portion of the bill, I'm concerned that public perception would be that we're just not supporting first responders as we perhaps ought to. I fully agree with the chairman that this can go exactly the same way the other one did in terms of being attached to another bill or coming back next year. But I think there's a certain urgency right now in terms of how we're looking at those people who are out there with COVID and such, trying to help us through this crisis that we've got. And I want to show support for our first responders in every way we can. So again, I understand that by adopting this amendment, we wouldn't really kill anything, but at the same time, on a positive level, I'd rather say, look, we stand up for you. We're doing what we can to help support you in what you're doing and any disorder that you might have related to your job in some way. So I appreciate the work that Representative Green has put into this. I really do. And I appreciate all the remarks everyone has made. But I'm going to vote against this amendment. However, I will vote for the bill as amended because it's important.
Thank you, Representative. I will point out that this is, I think I would agree with you, were this anything other than a commission. We had the conversation just last week that committees and commissions rarely are doing something, they are. So I understand your point, and I would agree with you wholeheartedly if actually we were doing something,
Yeah.
So anyway.
May I give a quick response to that,
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman? What I'd like to, may I speak? Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, I fully agree with everything that we have discussed prior to this and today. And I'm not one who is fond of commissions at all. I don't think any of us is, but I think I've read in the information from Pam Smarling that this commission has met 20 times and they've been moving forward regularly. It sounds like this is a very proactive one. I certainly wouldn't want it to go on forever and ever and ever, but at the same time, if it sounds like they're trying very hard that all the members of the commission are actively involved, are attending the meetings and are trying to find answers to these problems that we have. So in this sense, this is one commission I will support.
Thank you. Representative Expedia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was gonna say, I sat on before this committee, I sat on the Labor Committee, and I did know that this, the Commission on PTSD was a very active one. And that actually Senator Birdsall was a strong supporter of too. I mean, hence why she brought up this legislation, but I think, this is something we can like easily fix by removing the 28A concerns out of it on the amendment. And so I just, this is, and they show strong support for it. I just think this is a really good, a good piece of faith for our first responders, which, it's been like I said, it's been a tough year for all of us, but it's been an especially tough year for them. I just think, I don't think, like Representative Smith said, I don't think we have to throw the baby out with the bathwater here. And, and I will wrap up by saying, we have been dealt a terrible hand, but you don't blame the dealer. Like, you just play the hand you're dealt. And we are given this. This is the hand we're being dealt. So we play with it, and we play our hand, and just hope for the best. And we don't blame the dealer for it. We have to do what's best for everybody.
Thank you, Representative Roulard.
Thank you. I just want to respond a little bit to the idea that perhaps anybody on this committee, anybody, has a negative thought about first responders. We all have family members that are first responders. Some of us have lost family members. And the way I looked at this bill was, I do believe there are folks that are looking at this as a 28A issue. I do believe that the three bills here that were in one, the one that would be the easiest to pass without a whole lot of hoopla, without a lot of amendments, would be the grand family one. And that by doing that, we have saved the other two bills without a motion to ITL it. So I do go back to the position that I have had, that we can have this bill reintroduced. And I say we, the legislature, us, me, my vote, to do it right, to do it in labor, to get the committee on board in labor, to fix it, as well as the land development bill, get that to our planning and our development to see what they want to do. So I am in support of this bill. I'm not opposed to any amendments coming in, but that's not what's before us right now. What is before us right now is the easiest way to keep all three of these things alive. And that is the way I looked at this bill, and I would go forward with the ought to pass as amended. Thank you.
We are still on the amendment.
Correct.
So you were speaking to amendment, where's the number? 1575H.
Correct.
Which would remove 1 and 2 and keep
Correct.
3.
That is right.
Thank you. Representative Smith.
I didn't. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to lower my hand from last time, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
sorry. Anyone else here? Does anyone want to take a minute or two? It's about break time anyway. Would we like to have a 5-10 minute discussion amongst ourselves and come back and reintroduce? I don't see any reason, so I'm going to declare it 10-minute. And the folks that are the Republicans that are on Zoom will be giving you a quick call. you can do whatever you would like to do.
Hey, Tim, are you on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can't zoom in from here right now. I don't,
Just remember that
Yeah.
we're,
who can I call?
working.
Tim, have you got a number I can call?
Greg, if we go into the other room.
Yeah, you can ring my cell phone, which I think you've already got.
What is it, please?
We're live on the internet.
Pardon?
I believe the chairman has my cell number.
Can hear what he's saying.
If you want to call him, I have his cell number. And
Let me do that, Tim. 'cause I think this is next. I'm gonna call you.
That's fine, thank you.
I'm going to mute the room, Mr. Chairman, so you'll just need to remember to unmute. Can you hear me? Hello? No. Hold on.
Yeah, we hear you.
Please, wait a minute, hold on. Are you there?
Yeah,
Hi. Who's this?
this is Tim Smith.
And Sherry Frost.
Oh, from my Zoom meeting. Okay, sorry. How you doing?
We're good. We're in recess at the moment, so.
Yep. Good. Okay, so I didn't know if I should take the call or not. I don't have to take the call, do I?
It
Mr.
may
Smith?
be, it may be that your caucus is calling, so you probably should take the call.
Oh, that was it. Oh my goodness. Sorry, guys.
And now you may want to mute so that what you say can't be heard over our Zoom meeting because it's still live.
It's not that it's not plugged in.
Representative Vander Castile?
But don't worry about it. I'm going to roll it back. No, I'm going to try and relate it to it.
Oh, dear.
I'll do what I can. I don't know yet. I'll let you know. Just be patient. I got you covered. Okay, goodbye. Oh.
Representative Vander Castile?
Oh, man. I missed this.
Thank you, Pam.
Sorry, I went away. I didn't realize that was happening.
That's okay. Some folks just don't get how it works just yet. So thanks for muting her.
Sure.
I want to hear.
He says it's a
We're live. Can you hear us? Good.
We hear you.
Great. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to end the discussion on Amendment 1575H. I think what we're hoping to do is draft a new amendment. So I have asked the Republican members to vote down amendment on the floor for 1575H with the intention of drafting a new amendment. And then we'll ask Pam whether that would be possible to do now. If not, then we will handle the amendment in principle, probably on Monday for a quick 5-minute announcement. So Representative Wall, do you want to talk to your
Yes.
caucus?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a very reasonable compromise. I think that it accomplishes everything that everybody in the committee has been talking about, and it doesn't hurt anybody. And in terms of the training, and the question about maybe 28A or whatever, it's a non-issue. And furthermore, that could get into micromanaging, especially since we're already told a lot of this training has begun. So I don't think that it hurts. I think that this will be a cleaner amendment that we're putting through. And I would ask that we all support the new amendment and vote out to pass as amended when the time comes. Thank you.
With that, I will call the roll or ask the clerk to call the roll on amendment 1575H.
Representative Green,
No.
Representative McKinney,
Representative McKinney, you're muted. And I don't even see her.
She on?
She appears to have stepped away.
Okay. Why don't you just go ahead? We can vote this down without Representative McKinney.
Representative Mooney,
No.
Representative Roulard,
No.
the clerk votes no. Senator Swanton,
No.
Representative Van de Castile,
No.
Representative Wall, Representative Query,
No.
Representative Smith,
No.
Representative Frost,
No.
Representative Nutting Wong,
No.
Representative Richards, Representative Espedia,
No.
Representative Hill,
No.
amendment fails. 13-0.
Amendment fails. 0 to 13. Is there more discussion on Senate Bill 142? Representative Roulard,
No, I think that this is good.
would you like to make a further motion to Senate Bill 142? Suggesting perhaps an additional,
Oh, so
Amendment?
What I think we'd like to do, and this is, we're going to do this right now, I guess. We're going to prepare an amendment for Senate Bill 142, keeping in the Grand Families Commission, as well as the Commission for Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder for First Responders, and removing the portions that have any question of 28A by some of the members, and we'll bring that forward. Hopefully, if we can get that done today, we can take a lunch break and come back. If not, then we would have to do I guess, another meeting next Monday. Did I do that right?
sounded right to me. Does anyone have comment on the drafting of that potential amendment? Representative Smith and his
Yep.
dancing hands.
Yeah, I
Doing
got my hand
jazz-
on the correct side this time, Mr.
You look
Chairman.
like you're doing jazz hands for us up there, so.
No, I would agree. I think that sounds like a pretty good and appropriate plan to go forward. And, you know, presuming that everything proceeds as described and discussed, I strongly suspect we'll get some good unanimous consensus out of that.
Thank you, Representative Smith. I would ask Pam if you're available to unmute yourself and have a quick discussion.
Absolutely. I'll even turn my video on. Hi.
Hi, welcome. We would like to see if your conversations with OLS should indicate how to proceed. I'm assuming you're hearing what our amendment should look like, and is it or can you find out whether it would be advisable for us to terminate this executive session with the idea of reestablishing Monday as it is noticed in the calendar, or would it be possible to get something like this and back again so that we could wrap this all up today?
Absolutely. I've started writing an email that just asks for an expedited amendment if possible, and you know, if not, a time estimate for as just to be absolutely certain that I have it correct. You want to restore part 1 to the bill, but only section 1 of part 1, not section 2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I will.
Section 2 is removed. Section 3 remains.
Right. So it'll be based on 1575H, but restoring part 1, section 1. And so I'll write to them right now, and they're, you know, people are responsive, and I'll ask for a quick answer on what their time frame is.
Yep, right now it is almost 11 o'clock. I wouldn't have any problem coming back after lunch, but if that's possible.
Okay, I will get back to you with an answer as soon as I get one.
Thank you.
All right. And I can just email everybody, I guess, or what's the best way to get the word out to everybody?
That works for us. I think probably, yeah, an email would be great. And if you could put it on the screen that we're in recess, pending an amendment.
Okay, absolutely. I'll hopefully be in touch very soon.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, do you need a motion for us to recess? Or can you just declare that? I just don't want to hold you up if you need a formal motion.
The Senate actually takes a roll call to go into recess. I think I can just declare a recess until. Well, we don't really know. I'm going to say it's at least going to be 1 o'clock. So 1 o'clock, we will be back, and unless you get an email prior to that from us, then it may be that the 1 o'clock is changed to Monday morning or Monday afternoon. But it will be, I promise, a 5-minute vote, because we're simply voting on what we've in principle all agreed to anyway. So I think that's how it's going to work. We'll try 1 o'clock. If it's impossible for OLS to give us the amendment we need by then we'll move it to Monday. Is that right? Good. I see thumbs up. Thanks very much. Hey, Pam,
Yes.
committee reports. I assume the clerk would like them as soon as possible.
Yes, I think he would. You know,
So today's Thursday, would Monday be out of line?
no, I think Monday would be very reasonable.
Okay. All right, so we're back out of recess. We're still in executive session. I will remind everyone, we should have in front of you the new amendment to Senate Bill 142, which is Amendment 2021-1612H. Everyone has that? I'm seeing thumbs and nodding yes, and we're good. I would like someone to introduce or make a motion for adoption of 1612. I will recognize Vice Chair Green.
I move that we adopt Amendment 2021-1612H.
Second, Janet, Representative Wall seconds. Is there any discussion? Is there anything? I encourage you to look this through and make sure there is anything different than what we talked about prior to lunch. It looked good to me. Anybody have any comments?
I just wanted to say thank you to, oh, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Espedia.
I forgot to ask for permission. Thank you. I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on adding this part back. It really goes a long way, and it shows that we can all work together for the betterment of everybody. So I just want to say thank you so much on that.
We can work for the betterment of everyone. And I hope, I'll say this again, but I think it should go without saying. The prior amendment wasn't meant in any way to slight any group. It was different approaches, and it was speaking more to the legislation and the methodology rather than any individual group. It would have been the same approach taken if it was a study committee on beekeepers. I mean, anything, quite frankly. So with that, I see no other comments, questions. Are we ready for the vote?
Make sure we're all on video. Let's make sure we're all on video, please. Cameras on. Thank you.
And just briefly, Mr. Chairman, I see that Representative Richards is here. Was she not here earlier? And could she
Correct.
maybe state where she is for the attendance, just to be really careful?
That's great. You need to unmute Representative Richards. Still can't hear. What?
She's going to call.
Okay. She's going to try to come back on, I guess.
Okay, I'll look for her in the attendees, and if she comes in by phone, bring her over. But if she can't,
She can't by phone, right?
Right.
But you can do the audio by phone and have her.
Yes.
And plus have a
Video, right.
That'd be-
Right.
that'd suffice.
Something's happening.
He's trying to relog on.
Still on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We absolutely can. Can you tell us where you are and if you are alone or not?
I'm in my office and I'm in Concord and I am alone. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. little
Thank you
glitch.
and welcome. You have in your possession an amendment 1612H?
Yes, and I had a chance to review that during the break. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. With that, I will, oh. Representative Espedia, can you? There you go. All present and accounted for. Thank you. Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Green,
Yes.
Representative McKinney, Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Roulard,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Simon, Representative Van de Castile,
Yes.
Representative Wall, Representative Query,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Frost,
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong,
Yes.
Representative Richards,
Yes.
Representative Espedia,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
and the amendment passes 14-0.
We have passed Amendment 1612H to Senate Bill 142. Is there any further discussion before we go to an ought to pass as amended? Seeing none. When the clerk's ready, if the clerk call the roll.
Representative Green,
Yes.
Representative McKinney,
No.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Roulard,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Van de Castile,
Yes.
Representative Wall, Representative Query,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Frost,
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong,
Yes.
Representative Richards,
Yes.
Representative Espedia,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
and it passes 14-0.
Magic word. Consent without objection. Seeing none, this will go on consent.
And Mr. Chairman, could I just ask who made the motion and who seconded it for the ought to pass as amended? I missed that somehow.
I don't think we did that.
That's how I missed it.
I think it was fine. I think I just accepted. So I would say Representative Green made the motion of ought to pass as amended, and Representative Wall seconded it.
That's what I thought I heard, yeah.
It was just so fast. So that means that we have two committee reports that have to be done, one on Senate Bill 142 as amended and the other as Senate Bill 100 as amended. Representative Roulard will do 142. I'll be happy to do Senate Bill 100. Unless anyone wants to overrule and grab it out from underneath us. No, doesn't seem like that's gonna happen. Great, I think we're all set, everyone. Thank you for your attention and your good work. I think it's kind of nice always to have two bills go on consent when everyone had to give a little to get there. So that's not a bad thing. Any questions, any comments, concerns? Our next meeting for Monday will be in the calendar, but will not be will be removed. Pam, how is that going to take place? Will that just say canceled or?
Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, it says if necessary, I believe, right now, so it's not. But I'll consult with the clerk and make sure we cover that.
Okay, if necessary, I can come in and open and close it or whatever has to happen. So we're all set. We'll see each other at the next House session on the 3rd and 4th. 3rd and 4th, I think. And then we'll be in touch if and when we get into any concur, non-concur, concur with committees, anything like that. So we should be good. Thanks for everyone.